You're
And
recording.
we are recording. Okay, welcome everybody to the Land Use Review Board meeting on Monday, January 26th, 2026 at 1 p.m. We are all remote today due to the weather. So I'm Janet Hurley, the chair, and let's ask board members to introduce themselves. Kirsten?
Kirsten Sultan. Hi, everyone.
Brooke?
Brooke Dingledine, good afternoon.
Sarah?
Sarah Had, good afternoon.
And Alex.
Alex Weinhagen, happy snow day.
Okay. Any agenda updates from board members? Okay. Let's see, do we have any public comments on non-agenda items? And I think, Adam, you're the only public here. Got anything on non-agenda items?
I don't. We're on your agenda. Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Adam Lucci. I'm director of the Addison County Regional Planning Commission. We're on your agenda for a little bit. I'll probably only stay for a little bit because I have a staff meeting at 2. But I wanted to come say hello and be available if you wanted when you spoke about the Addison County Regional Planning Commission's application.
Thank you, Adam. And since you're the only with public, we can move right on to item D, Addison County Regional Planning Commission pre-application board designee assignment. So I am putting myself forward as the point person on the Addison plan and just need a board member to make a motion to that effect. Sarah?
I will, first of all, thank you, Janet, and also I'm more than happy to help as you need it to backfill, but I would like to make a motion to appoint you as the board designated member for the Addison Regional Plan. I'll second.
Okay. Thank you, Brooke. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Hi, and thank you.
Thank you. That was unanimous. And I'll just note that we seem to have received everything, Adam, but there's a little snafu with the future land use map data, as you may have seen from our email exchanges this morning with Hannah.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay.
So I understand it'll get resolved probably tomorrow.
Yeah, I think so. Because Hannah could see it where she put it.
Right.
And there's just something about uploading it to our viewer, I guess. So, but we did get the tier 1A and the flood hazard overlay and the hamlets.
Okay, great.
Tier 1B.
Sorry, tier 1B. Thank you, Maddie. So, so we will be sending out a notice of completeness that will indicate when the 30-day comment period ends and when the 60-day pre-application review period ends. And we are hoping to schedule a meeting within Addison County with you in the next few weeks so that we have the meeting before the comments are due.
Okay. Let us know what days you want and we will accommodate that.
Okay. I'm guessing it might be on a Wednesday or Thursday. That seemed to.
Okay. My full commission meetings are the second Wednesday of the month in the evening, if that interests you. My executive boards are the fourth Wednesday in the month, if that interests you. Otherwise we can find a day.
Yeah, this will be a regular land use review board meeting, or not
Okay.
a regular, but a pre-application meeting that we will organize, and hopefully you can help us find an appropriate venue within the region to do that. Where do you typically meet, and does it have room for public participation? And
We meet at our office,
Mhm.
and our conference room can seat probably, 25 with tables comfortably. If you want to do in an auditorium style, it can probably do 40.
Okay,
So we could meet there. And if you'd rather meet at another spot, I expect I could find some places.
okay.
How many
Sounds
people do you need? Would you like to prepare for?
well. So it'll depend on factors that we may not be able to guess ourselves, that you might be able to help us with, as to how many, officials from your region might show up, how many public from your region might want to show up. And we also will likely organize site visits to some of the Tier 1B areas. And that would also be open to the public for participation.
Okay.
So,
So I'm chair of the board of Tri-Valley Transit, so I can help
Oh.
with that.
okay.
I think I can help with that. I should be
Okay,
able to help with
I'll
that.
talk to you about that offline then. But so it, I would say we had quite a number of people show up in Rutland, but not so many in St. Johnsbury. Is that what you all recall, board members?
I think, Janet, that based on the first three, that the facility or the capacity that Adam's talking about in their conference room is fine. Like
Yeah, I do too.
we're gonna have maybe 7 people at the table with the board, and then we need room for probably 20 audience
Yeah.
members.
Yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. So, okay,
Okay,
so
well-
we'll talk offline, Adam, you and I, and your staff, about organizing some of this, and hopefully we'll be able to get you a completeness letter tomorrow.
Great, sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
And can
Yeah.
I confirm you're going to send out the letters or basically notice to the agencies? Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay.
as well as VNRC, because they've requested to be notified.
Yep, we submitted that and we met with them yesterday, just so you know.
Okay,
Or Friday,
great,
excuse me.
great.
Friday.
Okay. So we'll be in touch.
Okay, good.
Thanks.
Thank you. I may stick around for a couple of minutes.
No
and
problem.
listen, but
Sure.
I'll probably take off around 2 or a little
Okay,
before.
great. Thank you. All right, consent agenda. We have review and approve minutes of the January 20th meeting. There were some revisions circulated. And do we have a motion to approve those minutes? Sarah?
I will make a motion to approve with the edits circulated.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Kirsten. And do we have any further discussion? Okay, so all those in favor of approval with the circulated revisions, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
And that is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, operations, budget, and legislative updates. Pete, do you have information
just-
you want to share under this?
Sure, a couple of quick things. Let's see. Reviewed the legislative calendars for this week. There's not, at least the committees of jurisdiction, there's not a lot going on that's directly related to us. And I haven't gotten any requests for additional testimony or anything like that. So we're flying okay, at least for this week on that front. I will note on the legislative front, the BAA is scheduled to be discussed and potentially voted on. They always do this in like little pieces and then come up with the final version, and it hasn't been released yet, but it's
And that's the
today.
Budget Adjustment
Uh,
Act, just for
yes,
those who
sorry,
don't know
yeah,
what you're talking about, and that's this week?
Yeah, so that's today at 1.
Oh, okay.
Now.
Yeah,
May actually be released, but I looked a little earlier, it wasn't yet.
Okay.
But I think that's got the technical correction language that we were looking for the executive director position in
Okay.
it. So not too much more to say on that. Let's see, Alex, I don't know if you wanted to talk about the 8C letter separately, maybe than this update, I guess.
Well, I do want to talk about it. I do want to talk about it under operations and
Okay.
Yeah, when
legislative.
when you're done, Pete, we can take that one up. Can I ask a
Yeah.
quick question though, Pete, on the Budget Adjustment Act?
Sure.
You said that hopefully it's got the change in it regarding the executive director position. Do you know if it is going to have the amount we requested in terms of funding for the return to office?
Last I had seen, yes. Again, we'll see when it's out there.
Right. Still need to wait for it to be released. We weren't invited and we didn't provide any testimony on that, did we? I saw on legislative calendars in
Not
the last
yet.
couple weeks, a variety of agencies coming in to testify on the Budget Adjustment Act, but we weren't asked to do so, right?
No, we didn't, and we didn't proactively seek it.
Yeah, well, we're such a small potato. I kind of expected we wouldn't need to go in and testify. So yeah, fingers crossed that the released version includes what we were looking for.
Yeah, good question. That's it for me.
Okay. Rachel, do you have anything?
Nothing else to add.
Okay. Thank you. And Jenny, do you have anything for operations, budget, legislative?
Not at this time. Thanks.
Okay, then I'm gonna quickly share my screen to show the memo that will go to the committees of jurisdiction on our request for extending the 8C deadline to LCAR. Can you see that? Brooke, you have your
Yes,
hand
we
up.
can see it.
So does Sarah.
Yeah, actually, it was about just a quick scheduling issue before you got into 8C. If I
Okay,
can
go ahead.
just mention, I literally just got an email back from Lamoille Regional Planners about what date would be best for the site visit and hearing or
Mhm.
meeting, and that would
Yeah.
be February 10th. I just wanted to alert you all.
Okay.
Since now we have Addison to accommodate as well, so I wanted to just share that would be the
What day of
best.
the week is the 10th?
I think it's a Tuesday. Let me double check that.
Okay.
And Janet, I can wait until after we're done 8C. I have something different too.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah,
let's see,
that's a
February
Tuesday.
10th is Tuesday. I think I have things that I can rearrange to different times on that date, so I could do that.
So it's 2 weeks from tomorrow, I think.
Okay. Does that look good for other board members?
Just quickly checking my calendars.
It's fine with me.
Yep, it works
you.
for me as well.
Okay,
You good with that, Sarah?
Yep, I can make it work.
great. Okay,
Perfect. And
That's
and it will be as early as 9:30.
okay,
Okay, cool,
Um,
thanks.
great. And okay, so we are sharing still, right? I didn't unshare. Okay, so
Yes.
this was posted, people can look it over. I reread it and found that it should, oh, shoot. I'm sharing hold on, I'm going to stop for a second. I had a red lined open that I wanted to share. Okay, now let me share again. Okay. Are you seeing that now that I am scrolling through?
Yes.
Okay. So I just felt that this last bulleted paragraph needed a little bit more clarity of narrative on the EJ stuff. So it's essentially what you saw, what was posted with a little bit of wordsmithing in this paragraph.
Yeah, and just so everybody's on the same page and for the record, the whole point of this memo, many thanks to Janet for drafting it in a comprehensive way, is to formally request an extension of our delivery of the Criterion 8C rules from what the statutory deadline was going to be, I believe, June 15th of 2026, and the request is to extend it to September 30th, 2026, which is the same date we are using for submission of the Tier 3 rules to LCAR and the submission of our Tier 2 report.
Yep. So any discussion on this from board members? Okay, so seeing and hearing none, let me entertain a motion to direct me to send it.
So moved.
Yeah. I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. And all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Sarah.
Just in a way of an update is with the road rule guidance is I believe Kirsten will be stepping off of tag teaming with me on that. I believe Brooke has volunteered to take that on, not to put words in people's mouth, but just wanted to update the board on that and give them the opportunity to weigh in.
This was to free up Kirsten's plate so that she could focus on a couple of other things that have more pressing deadlines. So, yeah.
Thank you to Brooke.
All right.
Okay.
Is that it on operations, budget, and legislative matters? Okay. Let me. Yes, Kirsten.
Is it later on the agenda that we're going to talk about the sort of procedure document with respect to the EO?
Yeah, it's the next item.
Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's now.
Okay.
2 minutes early. So this was provided as well. However, Pete received much more recent feedback from the Department of Public Service about how to word the residential building energy standard guidance and the commercial building energy standard guidance, because the statute treats them slightly differently. So I don't know if the board feels ready to discuss and adopt this right now, the revisions, considering that that feedback came in within the last hour or so. Sarah?
I feel absolutely comfortable discussing. I don't feel comfortable taking action because I believe that we asked for legal's input on some of those last comments, and I'd like to have a chance to sort of work itself out before we take action.
Okay. Alex?
Yeah, I'm comfortable talking about it. I actually am comfortable taking action and would prefer to do so sooner rather than later, but I respect Sarah's desire to, get input from legal. I'm a little concerned that this continues to drag, and this is an executive order, not from November 17th as indicated in the document. That's a typo. It was September 17th.
September, yeah.
So fix that in the first paragraph, but it's regardless of the typo, it's been long enough. We need to finish this up, and but I'm happy to defer for another meeting so that legal can have their say on this input from the public service department that just came in.
Sarah?
So to Alex's point, maybe a happy medium, and I think legal is here, and we do have an executive session that we could discuss and then take action after. I think I'd like to hear from legal if that's an opportunity or if we should be postponing action until next week.
One other thought for consideration of the board too is you've got two changes that were that this update is addressing. One is the fee deferral and the other is the RBCB portion. So you could bifurcate that to an issue part and wait on the other. But just throwing that out there.
Brooke, go ahead.
Pete, could you tee up the conversation for us? Because I literally was, on the run when I was looking at this email on my phone. So I don't have any problem discussing it and perhaps acting on it, but if you could just highlight exactly what it is on the two issues that they're suggesting be altered or reworded.
Yeah, let me
Let's
let me do a screen
share screen. Yeah.
Yep.
Do you want to do that, Pete? Go ahead. And there were a bunch of other hands up. What happened? Sarah's was up.
We're
and
waiting for
Jenny's
Pete
was
to
up.
say his piece before the rest of us put our hands back up, Janet.
Okay.
Okay, great. So I don't know why it's not. Oh, I guess okay. Yeah. So this is a document. Sorry, the header is hidden at the moment. I can undo that, but did change the header here too. But as I was just saying, the two items that the board wanted to be addressed in this procedure was one, the deferral of fees, and that's addressed by this addition. Sorry for the scrolling here, in 5.300. So that's for ancillary fees, not the fees that are prescribed by statute for applications to Act 250. This is just for the ancillary fees, which is defined above. That's one section. The other new addition is under 5.400, and this is related to the residential and building commercial energy standards and clarifying one, particularly this paragraph at the end, that the final rules, once those are adopted, the district commissions will extend that option of either the 2020 or the 2024 RBs to be applicable, the applicable rules to be applied under criteria 9F. We received comments from agencies, just stepping back on the ancillary fee deferral. I've highlighted one that came in earlier today. The others were already incorporated in the first draft, broadening the definition actually of ancillary fees to include not just bird habitat, but wildlife habitat for ANR. That was a relatively easy fix there, and as I said, is incorporated in the original updated draft. The second that just came in was this that's highlighted in yellow here, adding consider and deferring. I think that's not necessarily a substantive change, but it clarifies that this is that that the input from these agencies can be and should be considered as the district commissions are thinking about deferring fees.
And that particular revision was suggested by the Agency of Agriculture, Food and Markets.
Correct. So that's the first one. And then the second one is the RBCBs. And the comments that we received there was there is this distinction within the RBs and the CBs for when, in terms of the statutory pieces for RBs and CBs, whether it's at the completion of the project or if it's at the, a complete application that's submitted versus when the construction commences. And so there's, it's a little, what we've done is highlighted our existing procedural statement on this. But the existing procedural statement is trying to thread the needle a little bit on that in terms of changes that might occur while somebody has an application pending and making it clear that somebody, an applicant, can partake of the updated version or the previous version if it is in that window while the application is actually still pending for the RBs.
Oh, sorry, Pete, do you have something to add?
Yeah, just going to say that it is, given the kind of the two different statutory frameworks, the framework within the RBs and CBs versus the Act 250 statutory requirement to have to meet the applicable codes, it's there's a little bit of disjointedness in terms of trying to put those together. I'll just say it that way, I guess.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Alex,
I do agree with the previous comments. Like, it would be good to talk through those issues maybe with Jenny as well.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Alex.
Okay, so I had a couple of comments. First is just organizationally, this is referred to as the Housing Application Review and Prioritization under EO 625 at the header. It's got a number 5 in front of it, like it's part of some other series of documents.
Guidelines.
Well, so my question is, can we call this something? Can we tack a word onto the end of this to call it what it is, either a guideline or a policy or a procedure, and then that would tie it into why it's number 5 out of, I don't know how many there are.
I think it's guidelines, isn't it, Pete?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that was the existing numbering from our guidance and procedures documents.
So yeah, maybe just add a word in the header to indicate what it is,
So
guidance, guidelines,
what he's asking
whatever.
for, Pete, is saying
Yeah,
housing
right, yeah.
application review and prioritization under EO 0625 guidance or
Yeah,
guidelines,
that's-
whatever, be consistent with whatever the others are called, whether they're guidance or guidelines.
Yeah.
So that's a minor thing, just sort of organizationally. Again, there's a typo in the first paragraph. It should be September 17th. And then, yeah, down at the very end, where it talks about the RBs and CBs, the one that you circulated, which is the one I'm looking at, because that's what my comments are built into, not the one you're showing on screen. So apologies if you've already changed it, but it read that district commissioners may extend that option to applicants. That's the end of the sentence. May. It sounds very discretionary that district commissions may or may not extend that option to applicants to meet either of the two standards. I think we want to change the may to shall. Unless there's a reason that we think district commissions need to have the flexibility not to allow that.
Brooke, you're next.
So I thought that the clarification, that was like, have the authority to do it or should consider it, I think is the language that was added. I think that was sort of going the other direction, actually acknowledging and identifying that it's the district commission that has the authority, the statutory authority. And so we weren't telling them to do it. We were asking them to, or encouraging them to consider doing it. So I'm good with the may. And I think we should be
Good.
encouraging them to consider it. So maybe we need to talk with our lawyers about whether we can tell them shall or if we have to stay with may. However,
I was just going to say, I think we need to, Brooke, because I'm not
Yeah.
interested in having different district commissions using different standards across the state. That would be silly and would not be a good policy move on our part.
And then the other thing I do want to say, I do want to talk, and I think we really do need to put some thought into the notion of which standards when. Is it when you get your permit? Is it when you're actually commencing construction? And this is a broader issue, I think, that we really need to look at and have our lawyers help us to work through. Because there are broader implications, I think, across our program, because this comes up in other contexts or analogous kinds of contexts. So I think we do need some legal power on this before we make a decision about it.
Thank you. Kirsten, you're next.
I just had a couple minor items, kind of a little bit of wordsmithing in the document. Pete, if you could go all the way back up to the top of it. You know, I tend to agree with Alex in that I too would really like to get this to the finish line, but also recognizing the value of, you know, conferring with legal, and maybe we can do something when we come out of executive session. So under ancillary fee, it's a little, it could be interpreted a little, you know, unclearly with respect to saying any payment assessed by district commission or state agencies. I think what I would like to see is any payment assessed via Act 250 permit condition. I mean, maybe so that it's doesn't have the unintended effect of referring to like other fees assessed by state agencies.
That's a good
So
point.
I just want it to be super clear that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
So
That's a good
you might
point.
add the words any payment assessed via Act 250 permit condition.
Instead of district commission or state agencies, because state agencies collect fees that are unrelated to our program. So
Yeah, assessed.
anything else, Kirsten?
Yeah, and then further down, again, this is a little bit of wordsmithing. Under the section ancillary fee deferral, 5.300, it says there, yeah, you're there. Are encouraged to consider deferring ancillary fees. I would add the word payment. Consider deferring payment of ancillary fees.
Yeah.
And then I would also, in the last sentence, under that ancillary fee deferral section, I would say concerning application fees, because those are not ancillary fees, but we're addressing them here. I would say application fees are not ancillary fees and must be paid, etc. Would like make a
Yeah.
more definitive
Sure.
statement about that.
Yeah.
Application fees are not ancillary fees and must be paid, blah, blah, blah. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's definition above too, but I think it's great to find. Work here.
Sarah, you're next.
So I think Brooke hit on some of what I wanted to bring up, which is the Public Service Department's comments that we received just before the meeting And what they pointed out was under the CBs and RBs, different standards that they have. And I would like to, if possible, sync us up with them and not have something different. What we have under our current draft is saying that it's at the time of application. So you have to comply with whatever's in effect for RBs and CBs at the time of application, which according to the Public Service Department works for commercial, but residential is actually at the time of construction. And so I think that's where I want legal's input on it, but I think that's a bit more permissive. And it would be beneficial also to make sure that we're not doing something different than a sister agency. So just to put a finer point on the issue that I think Brooke raised. Thanks.
Hey, Alex, you're next.
Yeah, I totally agree with Sarah. And this document references our criteria 9F procedure statement, which when I went to look at it, thanks for including it, Pete, appears that it's dated just before we took our seats last year in early January of 2025. And it's flawed. So I would like to revisit that at a later date. But for the purposes of this document, I agree with Sarah that I think we need to sync it up with the way RBs and CBs actually work. And note that criteria 9F that all of this is sort of flowing from doesn't use the words, it doesn't distinguish that it's at the time of the permit or it's at the time of construction. It just says that the project will meet the standards and supply affirmative evidence that it will meet the standards. Obviously, no project that has not yet been built can demonstrate that it has met the standards of a construction, energy standard. It doesn't exist yet. There's no way to prove that. So in any case, I just want to call out the fact that not the current 9F procedure statement, I would like to revisit that and fix that. I feel like it's really overly bureaucratic in laying out many different options. And kind of ties itself up in knots in that regard. And when really all it needs to say is, in order to satisfy 9F, the project shall meet the relevant RBs and CBs codes at the relevant times as defined in the RBs and CBs statute and actual code, not our statute, which is, not the controlling one on this.
So Alex, can we assign that to you then? As something to bring back to the board with
Sure.
Proposed revision? Thank you. And Pete and Jenny, considering that we are intending to discuss this in executive session, I'm wondering, particularly Jenny, can we stop the discussion now and come back to it in executive session and then afterward if need be? Just because we are behind on our agenda by 8 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes
lot
good
of-
sense. I'll just say one quick thing for folks in the record. So the 9F procedure, yes, is outdated, and in fact, it's the version is really 2020. The updates that you see there were just the name change from Natural Resources Board to Land Use Review Board. So, but yeah, I didn't
Thanks for
hesitate
the clarification,
referencing it because of some of the concerns there.
Okay, so we will be taking this up potentially in executive session and then potentially when we return from executive session today. Let's move on to item H, which Alex, do you want to set the stage for our tier 3 rulemaking discussion?
Absolutely.
You're still sharing the screen.
Okay, so just like at the last meeting, there is the next draft of the tier 3 rules is not ready. Rebecca and I have finally been able to work collaboratively on it, and it's going to look quite a lot different than the last draft, and more so than I anticipated, thanks to Rebecca's input and help. So don't have a draft for you to review today, but wanted to talk with you about just a few items that are potentially going to be in the next draft and have that discussion to help inform the drafting that Rebecca and I are doing. So the first item to talk to you about is kind of a process one, and that is, where is this rule going to sit? And so it's been my assumption right from the get-go that because our general rules, which were last updated in 2015, are really in need of an update and overhaul, and that our staff has indicated that there's a very long list of sort of pent up items that need to be addressed in the next update to those general rules. Given that, it's been my assumption that the tier 3 rules would not be added to those general rules, but would rather be a standalone rule in and of themselves. The statute doesn't really, provide clarity on that front. This is really our decision to make as to how we organize our documents, for lack of a better way of putting it. So Rebecca from the get-go has said, well, it might make more sense to just, insert these into the general rules, perhaps as Rule 72. Our last rule in the general rules is Rule 71. So, the next one. And there are some advantages to doing that. We could leverage some of the existing definitions in Rule 2C. We could potentially leverage and amend Rule 3 with regard to jurisdictional opinions as they relate to Tier 3. And it would put this rule, the tier 3 rule, in the single document with the general rules. So it's one-stop shopping for people to look at, which would be a good thing. But on the negative side, as I said, the general rules are really in need of update. And the moment that we open them up to make revisions to them to insert tier 3, we're going to start to run into discrepancies and problems and inconsistencies potentially. And it also might be just overly tempting to start to fix and change things in those general rules, like the name of the board, for example, and various other things. And then the negative side that really concerns me the most is that tier 3 is relatively complicated. It's been hard to explain to a layperson, to be perfectly honest. And having it as a standalone document for the purposes of understanding, I think, is helpful. Folding it into our general rules and having to tell people, well, go look at Rule 2C, this section for this piece of Tier 3. Go look at Rule 3 for this piece of Tier 3. And then look at Rule 72, which is like the bulk of the new language for the rest. I just feel like that might make it difficult for folks to sort of understand, as opposed to having it be a standalone document. So that's the table setting. It's a fairly straightforward sort of call how we want to do this, and it matters because when we submit this to ICAR after this next draft is passed muster with the board, we need to be clear on whether we're amending the existing rules or whether we are creating a new rule that is standalone. Thoughts?
So I think for now that a new rule is an appropriate approach, and that we may also have a new rule for 8C, and that then when we are ready to tackle our existing slate of rules, we could fold them in at that point. Sort of a long-term, more longer term or medium term. That's my initial thought. Brooke, you are next.
Yeah, this is part of what Sarah and I are trying to tackle in terms of overall organization of our rules, the procedural rules versus the Act 250. And so this discussion is already beginning to percolate. I've talked with Aaron about what exists, and I don't want to call it low-hanging fruit because that's not what I'm talking about. There are a number of guidance or documents that could be easily turned into rules that are sort of waiting and that have been worked on, and a significant amount of our effort has been focused on that. The problem is that it hasn't yet either been turned from guidance into a rule, or there has not been rulemaking to reorganize and take that as a comprehensive whole. So one of the approaches that we've considered is, well, first of all, let me say, I do not want to make a rule that is not part of our Act 250 rules. It is really important not to have scattered rules where you have to look in different places, even in some sort of temporary fashion, because what happens is in litigation, you reference and cite the rule number X, and you don't want that to change over time, because then you're forced to like figure out, what are they talking about? There's no rule anymore that has that number. And then you have to find a conversion chart about, what they were talking about in old case law versus new case law. So consistency to me is the most important thing, which is why, I'm hopeful that Sarah and I can find that, that organizational approach, so that if we have 8C and we have, the tier 3 rules, those can be put through LCAR. And hopefully at the same time that other fixes that are already prepped and ready. I'm not talking about spending time doing other kinds of rulemaking, but there are some corrections, and then there is a lot of work that could be easily bootstrapped into that LCAR process. So the notion is, we do what we can. We don't bite off more than we can chew, but we get them as corrected as we can and then put the new information in.
Thank you, Brooke. Kirsten.
Well, I was going to say, I think we want to be careful about potentially opening up this Pandora's box and creating this sort of quagmire that might really slow down getting 8C and tier 3 to the finish line. And so if we think that we can sufficiently compartmentalize the realistic aspects of the broader rule, like I'm okay with doing that, particularly if it is needed for clarity around tier 3 and 8C. But my initial thought would be just keep those as kind of a standalone rules and do the other bigger holistic rule update project as a different sort of rulemaking activity. And I think that's consistent with what we've been discussing. So sorry, I'm not giving a really completely clear answer here. I remain open to considering, best avenues, but I recognize that there could be a lot of interest and that it could become this unnecessarily bigger thing that throws off our schedule. So I'm just that.
Let me ask Rebecca, if we could propose the tier 3 rule as rule 72 and the tier 8C rule as rule 73, and not submit the rest of it at the same time.
You mean all the other proposed changes that might be needed to?
Right. Can we just do them separately and call it rule 72 and 73?
Well, we'd have to, I don't know if I'm understanding your question completely. So are you saying because you couldn't just call it rule 72, you'd have to show
Okay.
in the Act
I got
250 rules that's where you're adding it. So
Yeah. Okay. All right, Sarah.
I was going to ask, when do we need to know by or make that decision? Because I do absolutely understand Brooke's point, and that's sort of the ideal world. But I think I want to acknowledge Kirsten's concern about the interplay with each other, and that politically, when we get into legislative committees, things might not always go as planned. And I don't want one holding up the other or having an adverse impact on the other. And so if we don't need to know right now, it would be nice to sort of let Brooke and I see what we can push forward. And then before the trigger's pulled in terms of individual rule or renumbered rule, we sort of see where everything's at. But I don't know what your timing is, Alex and Rebecca, and if that's something that you need to know sooner rather than later.
And Alex,
So as best I can tell, Sarah, the timing for the tier 3 rule is that we would like to get we'd like to get a draft to the board, of course, and have the board feel comfortable with it, as well as the working group, frankly, in February, so that it could be submitted to ICAR in February. Probably closer to the end of February at this point. And yeah, that's the timing. And I think I understand what you're saying, Brooke, but you're scaring me because in order for something to go to LCAR, it has to go to ICAR first. And if you and Sarah are working on additional rule changes that you want to piggyback on the tier 3 rules or the criterion 8C rules, those need to be ready to go to ICAR within a month. And B, like they can't drag down or complicate the processing or the consideration of the tier 3 and the criterion 8C rules, because we're on a statutory deadline to make those changes. And as you know, from these extension requests, it's been taking longer than any of us would have liked, and it will continue to be that way because they're sticky and controversial and generating lots of public input. And so I just don't want to make them any more complicated with tag-along rule changes than they need to be.
can I ask Rebecca one more question? Rebecca, do we have to present to ICAR and LCAR with a number, a rule number? Can't we just call it the tier 3 rule and the 8C rule and stick a number on it when we fold it in with our changed general submission later?
So I guess, yeah, let me just try to clarify, because I think that's the, like, when I'm thinking of what it entails, right? So we do have to put some kind of number and title on it, right? But it doesn't have to be Rule 72. It only would be Rule 72 if we're opening up the Act 250 rules to put it in there. Otherwise, it would just be tier 3, Act 250 tier 3 area or something like that. And then it would be 8C. The problem is you, and Brooke referenced this a bit too, is, well, I'm going to build on what Brooke said. You didn't quite say this. But with, like, once we create, let's say we did a tier 3 rule, an 8C rule, it's not as simple as just saying, now we're going to merge this as Rule 72 and this is Rule 73. Like, right, they're living and breathing laws, right? And so we basically have to repeal them as well as then fold them into something new, right? So it's a lot of work. It's not just like, oh, we're just going to put them together in the future and it's all good. It's not like guidelines where we can just, give notice, discuss with them, and then we can change how they look. Rules are not like that. And so, and it's a great deal of work. And so the one thing to think about, and Alex explained this, but for me, and I think, Sarah, to answer your question about timing and how soon we need to know this, when Alex and I are looking at the draft right now, like, to the extent that they don't go in the Act 250 rules, we're going to have to carve out from tier 3 to explain, we're going to be following Act 250 Rule 3 as far as this, but this is what you're going to do in addition, right? And so then you're asking your coordinators to be going to the Act 250 rules to do their jurisdictional opinion, and then follow that up with going to the separate body, right? And now we can train our staff. We can train the public, but not everybody, right? How fair is that to our public to have to do that? The risk that I see with it is a lot of work, but it's a lot of work no matter what. Unfortunately, rulemaking is the risk I see is that, people can comment on all of the rules, right? But we can say we're only focusing on tier 3 at this time. So all the changes we're making are focused on tier 3, and it'll put us, I can't really see any other way to do it at this point, the more I work on it, because as many conditions as we're going to have to put into it, or references to the Act 250 rule, it's just going to be difficult, right? And it's already a complex It's already complex, right? And this is, so that's, I don't know if that answers your question. I went too far, but that's
No,
my
that
feel.
answers my question. So, and you also answered another question, and that is when we submit, even if no changes have been made to anything else, we're just appending tier 3 and 8C rules. Everything else is still subject to comment as well. So it doesn't matter that we didn't change anything. So, yeah.
But our response can be that, we can respond.
Right, we can
have like a canned
ask them to
response.
focus on the part that has changed, and maybe we can even tell Alcar that we intend to update the rest of our rules soon.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yes.
Sarah?
Yeah, that was going to be my recommendation. So the Billy Goat Scruff version to it is, but wait, my other brother is coming along and defer. And so just to answer your question, Alex, Brooke and I are nowhere near far enough along to be able to make any promises about timing. So what I'm hearing is we might be best to what you run forward as being an amendment to the Act 250 rules. We'll continue to work in the background, and we can absolutely, if questions come up, speak to the fact that we are looking to update, and you could punt to the next scope coming across the bridge, and we could take those other things on for you. So it's sort of like a tandem, but you absolutely need to go first. And I don't want to be seen as delaying this. I think I've heard some good thing. I was ready to come into it today saying, absolutely, Alex, run a different rule for these. But I think hearing some of the nuances of it, I'm seeing some benefits to it being included within.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to
here.
take the direction of the board. Just so we're clear, if you're not getting this, Rebecca and I are in different places. Rebecca's advocating for this to be an amendment to the general rules. Put it as Rule 73 with maybe some ancillary changes to Rule 2C, which is definitions, and Rule 3. I still think it'd be cleaner to have it be a standalone rule and deal with the general rules comprehensively at a later date. But I'm happy to take the direction of the board, and I respect Rebecca's opinion. So if you all want this to be an amendment to the general rules with the caveat that it is only focused on tier 3 and no other amendments will be considered, including calling it us the Land Use Review Board rather than the Natural Resources Board, I'll take your I'll take that, and Rebecca and I will move forward.
Brooke?
I'm 100% on board, except it's absurd not to change our name. And I think that needs to be changed. Why wouldn't we? I mean,
it's a find and
no-brainer,
replace.
right?
There's nothing to discuss. It's a find and replace. So I agree with that, Brooke. I was going to say that.
Mark my words. Once we start looking at other things that would be absurd not to change, there will be more. But like I said, I'm just here to ask the question. If the majority of the board wants this to be a general rule update focused on tier 3, maybe with our name change, Rebecca and I can do that. And I'm sensing that's where the majority of the board is. Janet, Sarah, Brooke all seem to be on that same page. So
yeah, I changed my mind. I was with you, Alex, but I've changed my mind. And I think Sarah said she was there too. Sarah?
Yeah, except I'm fine with Brooke and I taking on the name change and letting this fly solo. I really don't want anything else to impede this. And although a name change should be simple enough, I know that it might not be. And I think it's also sort of that opening the door wider into all the rest of the rules. And so I think that's a caveat that we need to give Alex is if the board does want him to run it as part of the Act 250 rules, it is just that. And this is important. I don't want to hold it up. And so I'm sorry, I am on the side of now including in the Act 250 rules, but just that. Absolutely just that.
Then what about you?
I'm okay with that approach. But I
Okay.
think we need to safeguard Alex's work and our work advancing with respect to tier 3 and 8C. So we just have to make it very clear. And even if that means keeping the old name on it to underscore like, oh, we're like, I would tend to include something as simple as a name change though. So
Yeah.
we'll figure
Okay.
that out.
Yeah.
We
Brooke,
don't have to have a definitive answer on that right now, but I didn't mean to be obstructionary, Brooke. If it's easy enough to do a name change, we'll do the name change. Rebecca can guide us on that. I'm just giving a little warning about everything else that might want to come along for the ride.
I get everything that everybody's saying, but I think there's a bigger objection to a rule that misnames us or does not correctly convey that the law that we have been changed and our name is something else. That's what I think. It's a bigger objection not to change it, but what do I know?
I hear you, and I'm just saying they're probably going, if you look closely at the existing rules, you're probably going to find other areas where there are statutory references that are wrong. There are inconsistencies that all of which would, somebody who looked at it closely would say, why on earth aren't you changing this right now? It's not, it's not even legal. And that scares me, but good enough said. I can move on to the next item.
Sarah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, from looking at the rules of procedure and updating those have the Water Resources Board in it. So it's not even just like a simple
Panel.
name. There are boards that like absolutely no longer exist. So I just worry the rabbit hole. That's all.
Yeah, but those aren't in the Act 250 rules. So no, I totally agree with everybody about everything. We'll do what we can do.
Okay,
right.
so what's your next question, Alex?
Next question. This is another, this one's a little more difficult, actually. So Act 181 calls on us with regard to Tier 3, to determine the critical natural resources that shall be included in Tier 3, giving due consideration to measures that ensure no municipality or region is disproportionately impacted by Tier 3 designation that would limit reasonable opportunities for Tier 1 or Tier 2 designations. So what I wanted to talk to you about today is what is a disproportionate impact in this context? Can it be quantified? And if so, should comparisons be made within, similar geographic or physical regions? Like, for example, does it make sense to compare this disproportionate impact between an urban area like a municipality of Burlington with a much more rural area in a different biophysical region in the Green Mountains, let's say Ripton, Vermont? So that's the question, is like, how should we be thinking about measuring disproportionate impacts? And, I want to acknowledge that as a board, we've talked about this a little bit already in the prior draft, and that prior draft includes a provision to exclude any Tier 3 designated areas within future land use areas that have the potential to be Tier 1. So the four future land use areas: the downtown center, village center, planned growth area, and village area. So that's one way that we were trying to say we're going to make sure that we're not impacting a municipality's ability to have Tier 1 designation because of Tier 3 areas. And there's a suggestion made from one of the working group members that I think you'll see in the next draft that seeks to introduce an exemption for water and wastewater infrastructure that is outside of those four future land use areas, but serve development in those future land use areas as another way to make sure that Tier 3 areas are not unduly impacting municipalities' ability to get a Tier 1 designation. But both of those measures are sort of universally applied across all municipalities and regions, right? They don't actually look at the result of how much Tier 3 has been designated in a particular region or municipality and then make some sort of adjustment on that front in order to avoid disproportionate impacts. So that's the question, is how do we do that?
There are, for example, we are looking at Lamoille right now, and Lamoille is doing careful thinking about flood resilience and relocation of centers and neighborhoods out of the traditional centers and neighborhoods to address flood risk. And so they are using the transition and infill area much more extensively than we've yet seen from the other regional planning commissions. And so it might make sense if we are thinking about exempting the 4 land use areas that could be eligible, is to somehow think about the transition and infill areas as well.
I think the question I posed, or the scenario I posed to you in the email I sent to just sort of give you a heads up about this conversation was quantitative metrics are great. And I think most people would argue that if municipality A has 10 times as much tier 3 land area designated than municipality B, that it appears to be a disproportionate impact based on just the numbers. And so my question was, well, but what if the absolute value of those designated areas for tier 3 are very, very small? Like in municipality B, it's 0.1% of the land area. And the reason that it's 10 times in municipality A is because it's 1% of their land area. Is that a disproportionate impact? And is it a distinction without a difference because there's so little in both? So I'm trying to sort of give you some examples and get your brains turning a little bit on what you think we should be contemplating for measures to avoid those disproportionate impacts.
Well, and then there's also your question about comparing Burlington to Ripton. And
Right.
so I think it's clear that Ripton and Burlington have very different planning goals in terms of land use. It's I wonder if we need to think outside the areas that are eligible for tier 3 and make the comparison there. Outside the areas that are eligible for tier 1A and B and make the comparison between towns in the areas that aren't eligible for the exempt.
Sarah?
You look frozen.
So, am I
You were
frozen or
frozen.
am I?
Yeah, or Alex was frozen for me. What did you say, Alex?
I said, go ahead, Sarah, because you looked frozen for me, Janet.
Oh.
It's that sort of a snow day, right? It still is freezing out, so maybe it's just crawling into the ether. So the thing that I sort of struggled with in this is you're going to have communities, and you already do, that are eligible to apply for tier 1A and 1B, but aren't. We know that from some of the regional planning, draft regional plans that we've looked at, where it's sort of a head scratcher, but there are communities that absolutely could be taking advantage of tier 1B that are not. And so that's where it makes it even harder to sort of draw. So you could have a municipality that has a whole lot of tier 3, and it could also have the possibility for a tier 1B and might not be interested in the tier 1B. Again, this goes back to, I think what Janet sort of hit on is, what are their principles in their town plan? What does that community want for its future? And it's so hard for us to sort of sit here in judgment of that because there might be a community that is sort of at the opposite end and wants more tier 3 than it does 1B. And to that end, might not take advantage of tier 1B and then be stuck with disproportionately more tier 3 of their own choosing.
Right,
so
but Sarah,
I'm not quite sure how to square that.
It's important to distinguish, at least in my head, between future land use area types that could be eligible for tier 1 and actual requests for tier 1B status. I don't think that we need to worry about whether a municipality wants a tier 1B and how much of their eligible future land use areas that they are applying for tier 1B within. I think it's more significant to just make sure that every community has an opportunity to have a reasonable number of these for future land use types, so that if someday down the road they have the necessary regulations and the desire, that they can apply for tier 1B, and that tier 3 designations don't get in the way of that. But honestly, the way the statute's written, it's disproportionate impacts on a municipality's ability to have both tier 2 and tier 1 designations, which is odd because that's the whole universe, right? Every patch of land is a tier 1, 2, or 3 patch of land. So
My interpretation of that, Alex, is that, you know, one question is, there are two separate questions. One is, does each municipality have the opportunity for tier 1? Right? That's a separate question from, does a municipality have so much tier 3 that it's disproportionate in terms of the tier 2? Like, most of their tier 2 ends up being tier 3. You know, what would be tier 2 ends up being tier 3. So I think it's a proportion question between 2 and 3, and it's a and I think the way that we've been thinking about tier 1 is fine. Let's just exempt it from those areas that would be eligible for tier 1. Or not exempt it, but don't put any
Include it.
tier 3 in there. Yeah.
Yep.
Kirsten.
So I hadn't thought about looking at it as a proportion within an individual municipality, but that may be a good way to think about it. I've been thinking about it as sort of proportional with respect to all the municipalities and regions. And in my mind, at a very kind of high conceptual level, I've been thinking kind of what you just referred to, Janet, whereby there may be, and probably typically a more rural municipality, that if you're just mapping out tier 3 based on the resources alone, it has more tier 3 versus another municipality that has more development and less, is less resource rich that way. And so in my mind, conceptually, I was thinking, for instance, you might have a community that has an awful lot of, let's say, high value sandplain forest, whereby a high percentage of that would be mapped as tier 3, and then another community that has hardly any. And so maybe you pare down the amount of that gets identified as tier 3 for the community where it's so abundant. And in terms of that municipality and region's planning compared to others, it's more equitable, and that there isn't that disproportionate impact. But this has been sort of a head scratcher. I understand by saying, okay, well, tier 3 will be omitted from the growth areas, but now could be extended beyond that. I'm not like, how far do you take that? Like how many of the different areas will be captured? I feel like it should be more resource based and looked at with respect to the planning.
The Lamoille County is resource based, and it is that they want to move out. They want to move development out of the flood hazards and the river corridors. And so those areas would not be tier 1 eventually, right? It would be these transition areas that take that status in Lamoille County, for example. So it's not extending it to other areas so much as replacing, the traditional flood hazard development elsewhere in that particular region. So, yeah. Brooke?
Well, we could just pick a number, like more than 25% of the town can't be tier 3, or there could just be an arbitrary number that's sort of, maybe what's the most in terms of percentage that a town will be doing tier 1. If that's 10% of the municipality, maybe that's sort of some kind of guide to just say, you know what? Half of your municipality is too much. A third, I'm not sure. A quarter, yeah, for sure. Or, maybe there's just a number.
Right, so that you don't have to parse whether it's disproportionate if the amount of tier 3 land area in a particular region is less than that critical number, right? You only have to be concerned if it's exceeded that number. I like that. That's simple. And I can't tell you what the numbers are yet because the mapping is in flux and we won't have them for a little bit longer. But I like the idea, Brooke. I don't know what the right number is, but I like the idea.
Kirsten,
So Alex, just to maybe benchmark the landscape here a little bit, are there really that many communities out there that we know of that are saying, we want a lot of tier 3? I mean, because I myself I'm not hearing that, but
No, so there are a couple of communities that I've heard from that have said they might be interested in seeing more tier 3, and maybe more accurately, they're saying we at the local level have mapped critical natural resources in our community, and we would at least like your tier 3 mapping to reflect our mapping, our local mapping, which is likely better than anything the state can provide because we're closer to the resource. And so, and like Charlotte is an example of that, where they've done a lot of resource mapping, and I think at least their conservation commission and maybe their planning commission are a little concerned that the tier 3 mapping is not very robust, or as robust as they thought it should be in their community. But that's, yeah, there aren't very many communities that have voiced that yet. I think we're going to hear from a lot more communities, in March, when we get the next draft out and do more of the public outreach.
have you looked at the draft tier 3 map relative to the Charlotte natural resource mapping?
A little bit, yes. And because our headwater streams piece of the tier 3 areas is partially elevation based, there's really not much in their community due to their elevation. More in the way of significant natural communities, and not much in the way of habitat connectors, because of the way Vermont Fish and Wildlife is recommending we identify what are habitat connectors of statewide significance tied to the Vermont Conservation Design highest priority connectivity blocks, which there just aren't as many of in Charlotte. So yeah,
So-
it's
So my
less.
question though is do they have things that are mapped that wouldn't fall under the categories that we are mapping at all?
Yes, I think
And-
they do.
And so do we want to add another category, a fourth category that is locally identified significant or critical natural resources?
It's a good question. I'm not sure.
Mhm.
Part of my brain from my past life would say absolutely, right? There's a lot of good information at the local and regional level that maybe we should reflect. But the part of me that's been here for a year thinking about what is important at a statewide level makes me a little nervous about defining a resource specific to one municipality when that resource is likely distributed across portions of the state, either by biophysical region or maybe statewide. And it doesn't seem fair or appropriate to only consider it in one
Right.
municipality because they happen to
Right.
say it was important to them.
Right. And they can drop their own regulations around it too. So
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. We're talking about a statewide set of rules for the Act 250 program that, we want
Yeah.
to be administered consistently across the state.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
There
thank
is
you
just
for the
that,
conversation.
yeah. There
And,
is just the planning, the whole idea was that this was sort of a structure that was bringing the local and the state planning together. But I hear you, Alex, and yes, they can drop their own regulations around those, but it'd be interesting to find out what we find out from Charlotte and others like that when the new map comes out. Kirsten?
Yeah, I think we have to give careful consideration to the statewide mapping methodology work that has been done. So I think it would be potentially tricky, as Alex has mentioned, to
Yeah.
start to include all those locally identified resources, as much as we might want to. I think, yeah, I think it could become a little more complex. The other thing I'm wondering is if there's interest in assigning like a maximum percent, area of land cover by municipality or potentially by region, then if there's no minimum, then if there's a lot at kind of at the low end, that could make it even more disproportionate. Like maybe it's a range, everyone should be in this range. Maybe there should be a minimum as well. I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough. There are definitely communities
Yeah,
right now in our existing mapping that have zero, that have no tier 3 areas in them. That was surprising to me when we finally did the mapping for this last draft, which was all the way back in October. But it's true. There are some that have zero, and it feels a little awkward to try to address that by saying, well, I guess we need to invent some more critical natural resources that we haven't really
Absolutely.
talked about, or we need to, some of the ones we talked about and discarded, we need to turn back on just to make sure that there's some in
Yeah,
certain areas. That
I'd
seems
forgotten
very
that there
awkward.
were a couple with none. So that's yeah. I don't
Yeah.
know what you do. Like,
So we're a little bit over time here. Sarah, do you have a final comment for Alex? Or Alex,
Yeah,
did you
just
have
a
any
couple
other
thoughts on some of the
questions?
things that have been said is coming from a municipal planner background, I think that there's, I worry about trying to take that and pull it up into the state. And although I've heard some great discussion and thinking about it, I have concerns with taking municipal data and municipal priorities and pulling them into tier 3 and then trying to use different mapping standards and data potentially
Different
in
places.
tier 3.
Yeah.
So that's the first thing. And the second thing is to the last point that Alex had said, something that, as I said, trying to square this in, I'm not sure that is even a percentage. I don't want to say you know it when you see it, but it's such a tough thing in terms of the disproportionality, because you have the best thing I could sort of liken it to is the 2,500 foot elevation, right? You have a lot of towns that just simply don't have any of that, and they won't. And so could you say that those are disproportionately or unfairly advantaged? Yep, you can. And you have some towns that are sitting at that higher elevation that are going to have a huge percentage of it. And so the other way that I just wanted to sort of put a pin in this for a thought was, I think that there has been some discussion about letting municipalities object to tier 3 designations. I think that there's some stuff being considered by the legislature to that effect. And I think the other way of tackling this disproportionality is that there is a process, whereas a municipality could seek to clarify or object to the tier 3 designation within their municipality. That might be a better to devise a process versus just saying an arbitrary percentage.
Gotcha. That's helpful, Sarah. And we are anticipating that because of state law that allows people to petition boards like ours for rules to be reopened and revised, that yes, that there will always be that option. And it may be that we adopt these tier 3 rules, and that in version 2.0, a year later or 2 or 3 years later, we have petitions from various communities looking to add things, or from various environmental groups or property owner groups. But to actually write something more specific into the rule with regard to a process for that, that's an interesting idea. I'll explore that with Rebecca a little bit, see what she thinks of that. So Janet, you asked if I had other questions. I don't on the disproportionate impact. I had a whole nother area of questions regarding jurisdiction attaching outside of tier 3 areas in relation to development happening inside of tier 3 areas. We don't have time to talk about that today, so we'll put that off for another time.
Okay. All right, then we can move on to item I, discussion of accessory on-farm business recommendations. And Kirsten, do you want to set the stage for that one?
Sure. So, and Sarah, as my co-pilot on this, can also jump in. I had sent an email out with all of the various summary statute rules and recent updates, including the legislative study requirement that this accessory on-farm business is part of. And I don't know if you had a chance to look at that, or, I was going to walk through it. If you like, I can share my screen. Does that sound, do a really quick run through?
There's a lot
Sure.
in there, Kirsten, so I'm happy to have you walk through it, but we could spend a lot of time just walking through it. I took the time to review it and have comments, but I don't know if the other board members, would benefit from the review you're about to do.
Okay. Well, we can start to go through it, and if there's questions, we can take as much time as we need. Just to mention, we had previously discussed the to be filed status report due mid-February would focus on recommended technical corrections with respect to the recent statutory changes to how Act 250 regulates accessory on-farm businesses, leaving potentially, a path and a plan forward for a larger process to include stakeholders as a component of the other larger tier 2 study work, which can everyone see my screen? So the tier 2 study concerns primate soils, effectiveness of mitigation, effectiveness of triggers for development outside of centers, and the effectiveness of 9L, which is the settlement pattern criteria, and then also how Act 250 jurisdiction for AOFBs should be revised, commercial activities on farms. And this is to be filed. We've asked for an extension. We've received an extension, but we've been given a preliminary, or I think more than preliminary, I think we've been given an approval to submit an initial report on AOFB by the due date, with the balance to follow. I think we're asking till September 30th. So this is the Act 250 definition of farming, and it's been in place for quite a while. It includes all of these things that, in my mind, represent, sort of traditional farming. I highlighted part of definition item E, which pertains to storage, preparation, and sale of agricultural products, principally produced on the farm. And it also deals with, as you can see, production of fuel, equines, and then compost. And this is the Act 250 definition that defines principally produced. And you may be familiar with this, but basically it says that for purposes of the statute and production of agricultural products, that more than 50% by weight or by volume of the ingredients or materials result from farming activities grown or produced on the farm. So this has been in effect for quite a while and prescribes that users think about, how much, with respect to their agricultural product, what's the sum total of the ingredients that will go into manufacturing that product, And does it originate, on the farm from a farming activity or come from offsite? And there's, a whole series of determinations and projects that have put this to the test. And it came out of some case law and now is in this rule. And this is the more recent changes that came about as a component of Act 181. And which this is the changes in Act 250 in our Title 10 that prescribe that no Act 250 permit or amendment is required for an AOFB. For the first one is storage or sale of qualifying products or the other enumerated products. And there's this cross-reference to Title 24. And the other one is for preparation or processing of qualified products, and then has this additional qualifier that's not looking at ingredients and whether or not they originate on or off the farm, but is looking at total annual sales. So it says, provided that more than 50% of the total annual sales of the products come from the farm. That's how I interpret it. So, and again, it's the same reference to this part of Title 24 in this second provision that's now in Act 250. And then it goes on further to say that it doesn't apply to improvements related to hosting events or farm stays as part of a AOFB as defined in Title 24. So the Act 250 provisions for accessory on farm don't pertain to those elements of a potential AOFB. So this is the section of Title 24 that includes the reference cited within the Act 250 statute, which is 24 VSA 4412 11A Roman numeral I-1. So when you go down here and look at that, it is this part of the municipal Title 24 definition of AOFB, which describes what those additional factors for qualifying for an AOFB are, which is storage, preparation, processing, and sale of qualifying products, which are these things. Products produced on the farm, things that promote the farm, merchandise, apparel, and then sale of bread or baked goods. So it's addressing qualifying products as a component of municipal AOFB, and it's not pointing to this Title 24 definition as a whole. And then there's a definition of farm. There's a definition of farming, which points back to the Act 250 definition, which I just shared. And then there's also a definition of qualifying product, which is these things, and includes this language here, paragraph 5, a product manufactured on one or more farms from commodities wholly grown or raised on one or more farms. And also has some additional factors with respect to eligibility, that the business is to be operated by the farm owner or people residing on the farm or the lessee, and that the farm meets the criteria for applicability of the required agricultural practice rules. So there is a lot here. Sorry if I'm going through this a little fast, but so again, this is all under Title 24, this definition of accessory on-farm business, qualifying products, which is not exactly the same as agricultural products as defined by Act 250. And these are some of the elements of this Title 24 rule. So, the questions, so in terms of thinking about technical corrections or clarification. I'm raising some questions that I don't know if the board wants to put forward, or sees in the same way that I'm wondering. And that is, in terms of this second paragraph that's in Title 10, and this is just kind of like a word semantics, but I found myself going around in circles a little bit with this sentence that's shaded and that's highlighted in gray here. No permit or permit amendment, and this is the preparation or processing piece. So provided that more than 50% of the sales of the prepared or processed qualifying products come from products produced on the farm. This is how I interpret what is meant by that sentence, that it's just that 50% of the sales come from sales of qualifying products, are prepared or processed on the farm where the business is located. So in other words, if someone makes, for instance, pickled beets, that's their qualifying product. They produce it on the farm and they sell it in their store and they merchandise it alongside a different farmer's pickled onions or whatever other qualifying product that the other farmer makes. In order to meet this standard of 50% of the sales, if it's only those two things being sold, for example, that 50% of the sales would be produced on the farm where the business is located and not more than 50%. So 50% of the pickled beets versus something less than 50% of the other farmers' pickled onions. That's my, so I think that's what this is saying. And then the other questions I have are just kind of higher level, in that the Act 250 statute doesn't explicitly prescribe that accessory on-farm business or qualifying products are as defined in Title 24, because the statute is pointing to only the subset of Title 24 that I just showed you. And then I'm also seeing that, it's unclear whether or not these other elements of Title 24 pertain. The definition of what's a farm that can encompass other farms owned or controlled or leased, and then the applicability of the required agricultural practices. And then B and C were eligibility. I think that was the provision concerning use by the farm or lease or by the owner, operator, or lessor. And then the use of structures or land was that it can occur in a new or existing structure, which seems fairly straightforward. But it's just that there's all these other provisions of Title 24 that aren't specifically cited in Title 10. And then this, I think that as we look at this holistically, beyond something submitted mid-February, I'm just flagging some other questions around, commodities wholly grown or raised. I'm not sure exactly what the wholly grown necessarily means. Is there any kind of 50% test embedded in there or not? So I guess what I'm suggesting that occur as a sort of a next step, and Sarah, jump in here too anytime, but I think I need to get with legal. I know that they had worked on identifying some broad technical corrections within the Act 181 statute, see if they concur with the items I've flagged or perhaps have other things, and map out, draft a letter to bring back to the board for the board to consider, and also map out the larger plan moving forward for how we will address AOFBs as part of this Tier 2 study that Sarah and I will be getting going. And
So
I've thought about, I think we probably need our own kind of AOFB specific working group of stakeholders that are particularly interested in that topic. Maybe also would do the 9B Primex oil component with the same working group. So
you mean for the tier 2 work?
for the tier 2 work, yeah.
So we don't need stakeholders for the tier 2 work. I think if you're suggesting that the AOFB deserves more study, that we could recommend that that's what be done, right? But I'm not
No.
sure that we're going to have the capability, the capacity to organize a stakeholder process for the tier 2 report by September 30th, considering everything else that's on our plate between now and then. So,
Well,
so if you're, and I just wanted you to back up, and I wanted to ask, are you asking the board right now to discuss any particular question or recommendation that you are proposing?
Can I,
yes. If there's, go ahead, Sarah.
I was just going to say, I think the whole stakeholders thing is something that Kirsten and I don't see eye to eye on, so I'll just leave that at that. But I think for the sake of conversation and timing today, is you can see the list of questions that mostly Kirsten has pulled together, which are excellent. I think that we are going to try and get with legal and hear what other questions they have to address. And I think it would be great just for board members, and Alex, I think you already bring some to the table, that you might have more questions too. And I think just to what Janet said is we need to sort of put these into a report for the middle of February, which is coming up in a couple weeks, to sort of identify what we need to look at, right? So not that we need to have answers to these questions, but I think the two questions for the board is this a good first start? Or do you feel like there's some of these things are already answered pretty well in other areas that we don't need to question? And number two, what else are we missing? So I think just to sort of pare it down to that is what I'd recommend.
What I'm asking is, what are those questions? What are you asking of us right now? What list of questions are you talking about? You said Kirsten had a list of questions. Where are those?
I'm going to share my screen again.
Okay.
So, by the way, I just want to circle back quickly. So Sarah and I, and apologies, Sarah, if I'm not completely remembering, but I don't think we've talked a lot of specifics about stakeholder engagement. I think at a minimum, we've discussed making something available for public comment at some point. Not between now and February 15th. This is just technical corrections, clarifications. So what I'm showing you now, these are the questions that I've identified that I think could be included in a letter report submitted mid-February that I myself would, classify, quote unquote, as technical corrections. Like, is this these terms, accessory on-farm business and qualifying products, now appear in Act 250 Title 10. And was it the intention? I think it is myself. It seems sort of obvious to me, but that it was meant to be, as defined in Title 24, but it doesn't explicitly say that. And then also, what is the role of these other elements of Title 24? Was it meant to also refer back to these parts of Title 24 that contain substantive detail concerning AOFBs and qualifying products? And then this was
Okay,
just
that's
kind of like
helpful.
this semantics thing.
Can we stop there and think about that then? That's helpful to understand
Sure.
what you're suggesting here. So you're suggesting that Title 10 refer to the Title 24 definitions so that they are consistent with those definitions. That's what you're suggesting.
Yes.
Right? Okay. I agree with that. Alex, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Kirsten, for putting this together, you and Sarah. honestly, these are not the questions that I would want to include in the report. I think the legislature was asking a larger question. I don't think they were asking for technical corrections to make our lives easier within the Act 250 program. And I think that's how we tend to see things. No fault to anybody here, but I think we tend to internalize these and say, well, like, that would be helpful for us if we had some clarification on this, and this. I do not think that was their intent. I think they want to hear from us on whether and how our jurisdiction over these commercial activities on farms should be revisited or revised in a larger sense. And for me, I think it does need to be revised, but the areas that need revision are not these technical ones. They are broader categories. Farm restaurants is a general area of jurisdiction for Act 250 that is very unclear and is not well fleshed out in statute or in our rules. And I would like to identify farm restaurants as one commercial activity on a farm that we should promulgate new rules for, and potentially we need to make some recommendations for statutory changes if we can't do it through rules. So that would be one of the items I would like to highlight. I think the idea of principally produced on a farm needs more rulemaking and or statutory changes. And Pete forwarded to us a suggestion from I think it's John
John
Holden.
John Holland.
Yeah.
Yeah, Holland. And he raises some pretty interesting ideas about how you could better define that. And I think he was proposing some statutory changes. I'm not saying we recommend those. I'm just saying that speaks to that as an issue that needs rulemaking and or statutory changes that we could identify in this report as sort of a big ticket item that we would be willing to work on over the next year, and potentially with the legislature in the next biennium. And then finally, events. I think that it's clear to me in my first year in the Act 250 program that events on farms and the construction of improvements related to hosting events on farms is fraught, and that we need better rules and or statutory language to address that specific use on farms. Granted, the way the statute reads right now, events that are related to an accessory on-farm business are not eligible for an Act 250 exemption. They are in fact jurisdictional. I'd kind of like to talk more about that, either through rules or statutory changes. So in my mind, those are the three areas that I would like to highlight for the legislature that we would commit to either doing some rulemaking on or helping the legislature do some statutory changes on. And all of these technical ones that you've raised, maybe that could be a fourth bucket to say like, hey, there's some technical changes that, we could be working on too. But I think that maybe the conversation's bigger than that, and that the technical changes that are needed we don't really know the full scope of them until we have those bigger conversations.
I completely agree with you, Alex, and I didn't mean to suggest that we would report to the legislature, oh, here's these technical corrections, we're done. No, it would be mapping out the process to take up the larger conversation that I think is due. Brooke.
Yeah, I mean, the review that you've done really, to me, highlights the notion that, I mean, right now, the question that we're trying to answer is review of whether and how Act 250 jurisdiction over commercial activities on farms should be revised. So whether and how it should be revised, including accessory on farm business. So I appreciate all the work that you've done, and you have identified a lot of the, is everything well defined? And it's a pretty confusing area, but in the end, there is this test that's been articulated that has to do with principally produced and 50%, and that has been utilized in making decisions on cases. Now, 3 weeks from now, we got a report in. I think the answer is yes. From my perspective, it would be very beneficial to revise, to study and possibly revise the guidance on this, because I think it is very confusing. I think Mr. Holland did make some very interesting points. And this sort of came, developed primarily through the cases that were litigated over it. So I see this as an important thing, but I'm not sure within 3 weeks that we can adequately look at this and say, oh, these are all the things that we want to change.
Oh, no,
I
no,
think
no.
the most I think the most we can do is say, but I'm not sure I would get so far ahead of myself on this. I mean, I think this, about stakeholder meeting, all that. I think it's more like identifying the problem or the challenge or the situation that we think we answer the first question, whether this should be revised. And the second part of the question, how? Well, we need time to figure that out. And maybe we can do that, fully in the final report for tier 2. But I don't think we have enough time to adequately give them anything other than this needs to be looked at, if that's what the board's pleasure is in terms of addressing it.
And why it needs to be looked at from our perspective. Yeah. Sarah.
I think that the report that we're going to have is going to be very short and succinct. And so I think the answer is going to be yes. And here are the areas that we're going to look at. And I think those can be broad. And I think to what Alex said is that last bucket with the technical corrections, maybe we don't need to enumerate all of them, but maybe we can enumerate some of them and keep it sort of a broad level of here are the things that we're going to endeavor to look at as part of the rest of the tier 2. I think part of the reason why tier 2 has been deferred is we're still working on the other parts. And so that makes it hard to sort of focus on some of these larger issues. But I would hope that with time, particularly with the extension, that we could do some due diligence on at least several of them, and some of them might get into more maybe where rulemaking stops and legislative fixes. So I think we can thread the wording carefully in this relatively quick due soon report and just keep it to the answer is yes, and here are the 4 broad areas that we'll look at.
Yeah, and I think I think Brooke's right. The whether is yes, and we answer that. And the how is through rulemaking by us and through statutory changes by the legislature. And we commit to doing our side of that, the rulemaking, and make recommendations on statutory changes. And just leave it at that. And maybe we acknowledge that we are planning to open up Act 250's general rules that haven't been updated in over 10 years later this year, and that we anticipate that process will be long and comprehensive, and that this will be something that we take up as part of that process. And maybe level set the expectation that because we might be doing it as part of that process, we may not have all of the answers by September 30th, but perhaps by sometime in 2027, when we complete that rulemaking process, we will know how much we could answer through that, and then be able to give them statutory suggestions for action in the 2028 legislative session.
So Alex, I think we should be careful with how we articulate what the product of the how will be, that it will necessarily implicate statutory and rule changes. It may, but it may not. So I think like we have different tools in the toolbox. I think we should try to retain some flexibility to do it in the best way that emerges from the work to follow.
Well, I think you're suggesting that there are some statutory tweaks that would be helpful, for instance.
Well, in terms
right?
of technical, in terms of.
And I think that Alex is suggesting that we need to look at the rules around this because they are not clear. Right, Alex?
Well, I take your point, Kirsten. I agree with you. I tried to make it simple. I always try to make it too simple, right? So I said statutory changes in rulemaking. If you want to broaden that to statutory changes and
Rulemaking, guidance, procedures, I mean,
and
yeah,
all of those
Okay,
things.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's totally
But
fine.
Yeah,
yeah, I was kind of thinking of these technical corrections as kind of like simple, hopefully kind of cookie cutter things, but I guess they are sort of woven in. Okay, well, I'm happy to continue a discussion, but I'm thinking maybe Sarah and I can work on a draft letter.
yeah. Great. Okay. Let's move on to road and driveway construction jurisdiction guidance. I believe we are also going to discuss some of this in executive session next
Not
week.
today.
Next week.
So what, okay,
So given that we are 10 minutes behind schedule, go ahead, Sarah, and frame this up for us.
all right, I'll queue it up fairly quickly and I'll be fairly narrow in what I want to discuss today. So I think after last week's meeting, Kirsten and I had a meeting with legal and they were around jurisdiction and interpretation. And so I think a legal work session next week, next Monday, in executive session is something that we're going to try and bring to you to talk a little bit more broadly about some of the sort of foundational principles around the road rule. I think what I wanted to try and continue making a little bit of progress on this is, and Kirsten circulated an email around this issue of the farming and forestry roads. So the road rule carves out and exempts roads used for farming and forestry. And up until primarily used for farming and forestry, up until the point where it converts. And so I think what I wanted to discuss today was the idea of conversion. And just to get a sense from the board about how simple we can be versus how complex do you want to be. And so the very simple thing in terms of when a road converts from farming and forestry is when there's some level of additional development, additional subdivision that's accessed off that road. So that's sort of a bright line rule that's fairly easy to administer. Once you get into the semantics of other things, it becomes less easy to administer. And so I think for the sake of today, just to focus on that one issue is, when does a farming and forestry road convert? Is it when there's something else being accessed by that road? Or do you want something that's a little bit more complex? Are we okay applying a bright line standard, or just to sort of bring that up? And again, we don't have a whole lot of time today, but if I can sort of just take a temperature from people, that would be helpful.
So, and just to also help set that stage, the language in statute says the conversion of a road used for farming or forestry purposes that also meets the requirements of this subdivision, subdivision Romanet 12, shall constitute development. And that's this subsection being the road, the new road rule section. So, so conversion from farm or forestry, board members. Kirsten.
So I know this is not entirely the question that Sarah's asking, but I just want to touch on something that she referred to a moment ago, which is that roads used primarily for farming or logging forestry aren't covered under the road and driveway rule. And we haven't deciphered what's meant by primarily. And that's okay. We can sort of put a pin in it. But beyond that, the area of the statute that Janet just referred to refers to roads used for farming, logging, forestry. It doesn't have the word primarily. So in my mind, conceptually, what we're talking about here with respect to conversions is roads used only for farming, logging, forestry. So if, for example, one has a farm that also, a road that goes out to the farmhouse too, that section of road where it exists on the farm is not what we're talking about here. We're talking about, I think, we're talking about roads that are only, again, farming, logging, forestry. And yeah, I think the conversion would be you, like Sarah suggested, you stop using it for those exempt farming, logging, forestry uses, and you're doing something else with it. It's not just a situation of you no longer are actively farming or undertaking forestry management. You're actively doing some kind of other construction, development activity, use of the land.
Converting to another use.
Yeah, and so there has to be some kind of action or definitive plan.
Right, I
Any-
think to take that another step is, if you were to take a look at some of the other constructs of what is construction or development in 6001, it's that point where the farm use has gone away, but you're subdividing, you're developing, there's something else going on with that land now. And so that's sort of a bright line standard of when something else happens. And that would be development or construction on a subdivision or development for any other purpose other than farming or forestry. So, and I would say that if you can solve that part of the equation, then the primarily isn't as important to define, if that helps. So that's why I was choosing to start with that sort of
I'm
what
not
is
sure that
conversion.
we need to define primarily at all because it's not in that subsection. It's
Correct.
not mentioned. And as Kirsten says, the interpretation is that it's a road only that's been used for farming or forestry, and it's converting to serving a different use. Kirsten?
Yeah, so I think we want to be careful to not point back to the other Act 250 definitions of subdivision and development because there could be other activities that are not farming or logging forestry that don't meet those Act 250 definition thresholds, and there would be redundancy. I mean, if it was meant to address conversions to serve Act 250 development, Act 250 subdivision, call it with a capital D or a capital S, then there would be jurisdiction anyway over the project. So I think, yeah, it's just something other than, and also
Correct.
things that, like, things that we, like, if there's uses that another body, like the Public Utility Commission regulates, I think we also need to be careful there.
Like a
Like,
road
if
for a new
there's,
tower.
it's like, yeah, like a tower, right? Like
Correct.
there's a farm.
We're just looking at the farming
I
and
know, I'm
forestry
just-
piece. So
Right, but if
again,
one of those roads is converted to access a tower,
That we
does
don't
that-
have jurisdiction over, I don't, yeah.
that would be
Well,
another
we-
area of exemption. I think to try and simplify the question, and then I'm interested in hearing from Brooke, is it's really, can we use a bright line standard for conversion? Or do board members feel like we should be a little bit nuanced? So that's the sort of root of and we've done a lot of deep thinking today, and I get the last poll of this, and if your brains are as taxed as mine, it's sort of a hard thing to sort of think about. But so I think to just sort of distill it is, are you okay with being a bright line or nuanced, and pros and cons with both? But Brooke,
What
I'd
do you
love to hear
mean
from you.
by, what do you mean by a bright line versus nuance? Can you give an example? I'm not sure I'm following what the difference would be.
Sure. So I think let's build off of the farming and forestry. There's an existing farming road, and there's a development that is going to occur off of that farming road, halfway up it. Once that development occurs, you could say, well, the road is no longer being used primarily for farming. And so any.
Why do we have to
new-
bring primarily in? Can't we just say
It's
it's no
converted.
longer just a farming road?
It's converted, correct.
Yeah, it's converted. Okay.
And so you can make that sort of bright line distinction of there's something else going on, it's converted.
Right. Okay.
That's the bright line.
What's more nuanced?
The nuanced
What's the
is,
alternative? That's what I'm not seeing.
so you could say that it's only a portion of the road, or a portion that, let's say that the development that's occurring off of it has to go through and do improvements to the road, and it's only the part that needs to be improved to access the new subdivision.
Right.
There are a variety of nuances that you can do, but the bright line is the easiest.
Well, but I mean, you do have to do that because it's only converted up to the point where it's serving that new development. And that's the length that you count. If the logging road or whatever continues on, but it's not serving any new development, then it's just a shorter logging road than it was. And the first part is, right? I don't think it's an either or. I think you have to do both. I'm somehow I'm not following you, Sarah. Brooke?
Let me share my screen if I can, because I want to go back to the statutory language. So can you see
Yeah.
the statute? Okay, cool. So the bottom of the screen down here, the conversion of a road used for farming or forestry purposes that also meets the requirements of this subdivision, Roman numeral 12, shall constitute development. So first there's conversion of a road. What is that? And secondarily, if a road has been converted, I guess meaning that it's being used for access to a development, does it meet the requirements of the subdivision such that it should constitute development? So the question is, what's a conversion of a road? First, and I think the conversion of a road is two things. I think it's the change in use to use that farming road for access to the development. But I think you then have to go to the top of the statute and figure out, is this an existing road that is being changed, or is there a physical action on the land such that it gets caught in this net of the kinds of roads that are being now become jurisdictional as a result of them being used to access a development. So, for example, if there is no physical action on this farming or logging road that's existed in the past, then I would suggest that that does not trigger jurisdiction, because you have to go back through this analysis about, is this a new road? Is it a class 4 road in these unique circumstances?
Right. And so what I'd say is we're going to get into jurisdiction a bit in executive session next week. And so I hear you. It's hard to like distill just one portion of this, but just in terms of thinking about what conversion is, not necessarily the jurisdictional threshold, but just what conversion is. And so I think you answered it for me, Brooke, and thank you. But completely agree. Good questions.
Kristen?
So I don't know that the statute is clear with respect to the requirement that a conversion of a road necessarily means that there's improvements to the road. But setting that topic aside, and I look forward to other, discussion with our attorneys. I just want to point out in paragraph 5, the conversion, I do think that if there's a road that's used exclusively for farming, forestry, and it's converted, I think if it's converted then to a road that is used primarily for farming or forestry, then that's not a road that we would say constitutes development. Because that's part of the framework here of this whole subdivision 12. doesn't apply to roads used primarily. So once we define what is meant by primarily, we will know at least one of the potential applications of conversions.
Why are we, I don't understand why we're bringing the word primarily into this, Kirsten. The conversion is use of that for a different purpose other than farming or forestry. And then you, as Brooke said, bring it through the other tests.
But it says that also meets the requirements.
Right.
So to me,
So you bring it
that's,
through those tests,
yeah,
but
One
there's
of the
no
tests is-
primarily,
go ahead.
it doesn't include roads. You were just gonna say one of the tests is,
That it doesn't capture roads used primarily for farming or logging forestry. So if that's what it's
Mhm.
converted to, then I think we wouldn't have
so wait,
jurisdiction over it.
Brooke, can you put that back up?
But-
Because I don't see that.
So I think that's
I mean, it's, yeah,
something
this,
that would probably never happen, is converting a road to farming and forestry.
No, from farming and forestry to
Correct.
primarily. But what I'm saying is I don't see the primarily language in this section of statute, Kirsten.
it's in there. Brooke, do you want to share it again? Yeah, so paragraph 4, the subdivision 12 shall not apply to state or municipal road, utility corridor,
okay.
or a road used primarily
Got
for
it.
farming or forestry purposes. So
I
like if
got
the
it.
whole thing
Okay.
doesn't apply,
Right,
if you convert it to that, or you convert it
Right.
to, yeah, state or municipal road, utility corridor, I don't like, but I
Okay.
look forward to more conversation about that.
no, now I understand.
Yeah,
So, yeah, that it has to be something other than those. That's part of the test. Got it. Okay, Pete,
Yeah, I was just gonna say to Brooke's point, maybe everyone's clear on this, but the portion that's dealing with, that says the requirements of this subdivision, I think what that's referring to is you can't have like a 40-foot road or something like that, right? It still has to meet the requirements of the length of road.
the length.
That's emphasized. That's how I've always read that. Maybe everybody's
Right.
clear on that. Just wanted
Right.
to.
right. So, okay, I think we have to move on from this. Is that
Yep.
okay?
Yeah, and so all I'll say is next Monday executive session, we'll have a discussion about some of the portions about jurisdictional and that sort of construction piece. And but I think just as from what I heard from the board is I think we'll put a pin in this, but conversion could be if another use other than farming and forestry was used by the road. That would be a conversion point. That would be a bright
As long
line.
as though it doesn't end up being just primarily farming and forestry use. Like if it's some use that is pretty immaterial, that's not.
Correct. So like a
Okay.
roadside stand, but if it's a 40-unit subdivision, then that,
Right,
right,
right.
right,
Okay.
bright lines. Yep. All right. Well, thank you. I appreciate the thoughts, and please hold some of the other thoughts on jurisdiction till we have legal brief us.
Okay, so we're continuing our discussion of pre-application response, sort of guidance or policy, sort of internal guidance for ourselves. And we were going to talk today about the historic components of centers and planned growth in village areas, as well as walkability. And I sort of threw some notes onto a couple of pages that maybe I can share that might help in framing the discussion. But there are certain areas of statute that use the term historic or not. In terms of downtown and village centers, this first part is a summary of what's in the 4348A12A, and the language that is in there uses this phrase. They are the traditional and historic central business and civic centers. It's also described as the mixed-use centers bringing together community economic activity and civic assets. And it's pointed out that they don't have to have public water, wastewater, zoning, or subdivision for the village centers. And then planned growth areas, they also are described in 4348A12B as including a mix of historic and non-historic commercial, residential, and civic or cultural sites. And then there's a list of things that planned growth areas must have. And then for village areas, the word historic does not get used. They are traditional settlement area or proposed new settlement area, typically composed of a cohesive mix of residential, civic, religious, commercial, and mixed-use buildings arranged along a main street and intersecting streets that are within walking distance, etc. So the other areas of statute that we are tasked with looking at are from Title 10, and Title 10 refers us to back to 24 for the community investment program and the designation program, basically. And the definition section of that, Chapter 139, includes the following: state designated downtown and village center, or just center, means a contiguous downtown or village, a portion of which is listed or eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places. And then designated neighborhoods, the term historic is not used. It means a contiguous geographic area approved by us that is compact and adjacent and contiguous to a center. So, and then the Tier 1B language does not include anything about historic assets either. So I would ask, what do you think our review of these downtown and village centers, planned growth areas, and village areas should convey in terms of whether those areas as proposed have historic assets? Do they need to have them? Alex?
I don't. I think historic is being used in different ways in the statute. And the fact that there's a history of development or settlement in an area is not the same as there being the presence of a historic structure. Those are two different uses of the word.
Yeah.
And particularly with regard to growth areas, which, and by that I mean the two future land use types that you were referring to, Janet, planned growth areas and village areas, right? Because those village centers and downtown centers are also growth areas, but they tend to reflect areas that already exist generally. And the planned growth areas and village areas are described as being larger than that. You know, the potential for future growth. I think the statutory language even says they have to include room for future growth. Yeah, I had the same analysis when I looked at this that you did, that on the historic front, there just isn't, it's not a factor for us to worry about with regard to planned growth areas or village areas. So I don't think we have to worry about whether these areas have historic structures in them. I have some other thoughts about walkability, but as far as you seem to start with history
that's our
first.
number two conversation. Yeah. So that's clear to me. What about designated centers? Oh, sorry, Brooke, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the one that bothers me. I mean, you can interpret the word historic in any number of ways. You know, how long is historic, how old is it? It's that, a portion of which is listed or eligible for listing in the National Register. I mean, but on the other hand, we have legacies that may or may not have that. I mean, maybe they do because of the circumstances. That's the only piece that gives me a little bit of heartburn. But I'm not bothered at all by the other, like the, historic and traditional. I don't have any problem with that. That to me does not mean it has to be 200 years old.
Eligible for listing. Yeah,
It's that eligible for listing thing that is
right.
a little bit like,
Alex?
So I think we need to pay more attention to the statutory definitions of our future land use areas and not get tripped by what's in the Community Investment Board definition of what a center is. In the statutory definition of a village center, it acknowledges that these are areas that include villages and which have some historic structures perhaps or designated things, but also new town centers and areas that would not have anything eligible for listing on the historic register. So if that's the case, logically, I don't think that I think we should have less concern about that provision in the definition that you cited for designated centers. I think that's a inconsistency in the various parts of statute, and our task is much bigger than just making sure every center has a structure that's eligible for listing on the National Register. We have to think much more holistically than that, and we need to think about the future, and these centers are the nexus for growth areas around them. And yeah, I don't want to get caught up on that.
Right. And I would add that I also put the step 1 language here, that it's established to create an accessible designation for all villages throughout the state to become eligible for funding under the program. And we are directed very clearly in statute to approve legacy centers regardless. So yeah, I would agree with what you're saying, Alex. Kirsten put her hand down. Yeah.
Janet, this is Brooke. I'm sorry to interrupt. I need to step out just for a couple moments. I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
If you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Sarah.
So I agree with some of what Alex said, and I think the sum is the future land use area. It's our duty and primary focus to evaluate the future land use areas based upon the future land use categories. That's primarily what we need to be focused on. I think just a couple of other sort of distinctions is legacies. New town centers, I believe, are eligible for the designated neighborhoods, but not necessarily designated centers. So new towns are different beast. And I think we don't want to lump them in with the designated centers. I think the other thing to pay attention to when we're looking at the designated centers is it says eligible for listing. And so most people will take some of the state register and say, well, if it's on the state register, then it should be eligible for National Register and look at that. However, that's not a complete record either. There's not a whole lot that gets added on to that. And you could use something as simple as like a 50-year threshold and say, is it eligible for the National Register because it's more than 50 years old? These are putting our toes into waters that are not necessarily for us to pass judgment on. And so it's, I think there needs to be a little bit of a firewall where we take a look at the future land use and interpret that. And I think we had a really good discussion under the Chittenden County plan about the historic or traditional and what does traditional mean. These are meant to be sort of like looser, more interpretive definitions for us. The Community Investment Board is charged with applying the designated centers. And so for the scope of what we have, I think sort of paying attention to that it's more loosely worded in terms of historic and traditional. We're not talking about National Register or State Register properties. We're talking about what our interpretation is of traditional. It makes it so much easier when it is a National or State Register area. But it doesn't necessarily need to be those two. It can be traditional. I think the board exerted some flexibility with that in taking a look at some of those preliminary regional plans. So I just want to sort of agree with Alex, but frame it a little bit of a different way. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. And I want to maybe correct something that you said. 4348A does say under downtown or village centers that it includes new town centers previously designated. So it's growth centers that are not included there. So you can have a growth center previously designated, and that does not get to the, we aren't obligated to give that a center designation. But new town centers, we are. Okay, Kirsten, your hand was up.
It was up, it was down, it was up, it was down. So yeah, no, I was just gonna point out the, the Community Investment Board and the steps, as I understand it, pertaining to, funding and technical assistance. And I agree with Sarah, and I think we had some good substantive conversations on the 3 pre-application plans that we've reviewed thus far. And we picked up on like the growth center, non-eligibility, or like the legacy non-growth center. I think we're doing fine with this. And I would welcome input from anyone who may have perhaps a stricter interpretation of this. But I think I think we're doing fine with how we've been doing it in terms of this. Do you have to have a resource that's expressly listed or eligible for listing in the National Register? I think we're doing fine with how we've been doing it. I guess I'll just kind of leave it there.
Okay, thank you. So, and walkability is the next question. We discussed this as well at a previous board meeting or two, and considered that it could be a very context specific situation that you can't just put a distance from a center on that. There are other elements that weigh in here in terms of whether you have infrastructure, how extensive is that infrastructure, whether you have transit. To me, it's a very context specific consideration as to walkability. As Alex pointed out, Westford has gravel roads that are very walkable. Maybe not the state highway that runs through the center. Maybe, the traffic is too dangerous for that to be too walkable, but there are places that could be considered walkable that don't have as much of the infrastructure in place that we might be expecting to look for in some of these centers and neighborhoods. Alex?
Yeah, I wanted to just get us using the right term. I like walkability, but that's not what the statute uses, right? It talks about walking distance, areas that are generally within walking distance from a center within the planned growth area. So
yes,
there is
within
mention of
walking
complete
distance.
Yeah, there is mention in the of complete streets as well.
Yeah.
But walkability is a generic term. Walking distance is a little more specific, but it doesn't change what you just said, Janet. I think it's fungible based on the context, and I think it's important to recognize the language that was used here. So in the statutory criteria for planned growth areas, for example, the third one is the area is generally within walking distance from the municipality's center.
Yeah.
So the fact that generally is in there means something. It means that there could be situations where a portion of a planned growth area is not within walking distance because generally the rest of it is. And so I think we need to be I think we need to hold these future land use area designations to the intent of this, but I think we need to do it with flexibility and some level of understanding of the context and some level of deference to the municipal and the regional plans that are doing the best they can to map these areas out. And the example that I thought of was sure, Westford was the one I brought up. But I think an example I thought of was in Shelburne in Chittenden County, where they had a planned growth area that was quite large and incorporated portions of, I think it was Spear Street, that were, quite a distance away from, existing infrastructure and the center. And it began to sort of not pass a straight face test. I think I had similar concerns in the Northwest Regional Plan for St. Albans Bay. So I don't think I'm saying anything that is light bulb or truly new and different, but that's my sense, is that like we need to look at walking distance and then we need to couch it in the context and the use of the term generally. And to quote Kirsten, I think we're doing a decent job of that. I'm not sure that we need to do anything vastly differently. But yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Okay, thanks. Sarah.
I think it was when we were considering some of these areas, we were considering is that quarter to a half mile that's supposed to be walking distance. And do you set that as sort of a really shouldn't be a mile and a half. We're talking about something that's a quarter of a mile to a half mile. I think some of the areas that we have gone and ventured into so far is areas that have transit. All of a sudden, I think, Janet, you said from your experience living in Burlington, you could walk the majority of it. There's transit there too. There are other circumstances. And so I think the fact that there's a level of interpretation with that too, and we can take a look at some of the other contributing factors into it in considering, and that doesn't need to necessarily be a set mileage or a set time frame. It will look different depending upon the area and how it's supported. And I think we can take a look at rural walkable areas with walking distance and all the above. It's just hard because if you're looking for us to set some sort of a standard, I think what I'm saying is it sort of depends, and that's what I'm hearing from Alex too. So
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
how we set a
Well,
clear
I think-
standard around that.
I don't know that we're developing a standard. I just want us to be clear about how we're approaching this. I want to communicate out how we are approaching this. And in this case, no, there isn't a standard of half mile or a quarter mile. We are considering it in a more context specific way. Kirsten?
Well, so I was just going to offer that for myself in terms of assessing these factors with respect to the different proposed designated areas, centers, village areas, planned growth areas. What would help me would be if the RPCs would like to provide their own little synopsis of how they think they've met these statutory elements for maybe not each and every one, but at least the ones that are queued up for tier 1Bs or tier 1A eligible. because I feel like we spent a lot of time honing in on, you know, like you were describing, you spent a lot of time studying, current conditions with respect to walkability. And as a board, I feel like we were doing some good, meaningful discussion of all these factors, but maybe it's content that the RPCs would want to provide in support of their request to have those areas designated. And maybe it's things that the municipalities would like to provide, a paragraph or two for each one. I feel like that could be helpful. But I recognize it's already an awful lot that they do. I'm not trying to like pile on more. But we were kind of, debating this a fair bit in some cases. Maybe we'll get more efficient on our end as these advance.
And though I think that's a fair point, Kirsten, they should be providing us with the information to say, this is an area that is planned, in this way to eventually look like it has complete streets and be very pedestrian oriented and whatever. Particularly for areas where right now it just looks like a couple of farms. We want it to be an area of growth. Right now, the zoning is rural residential and there's no infrastructure. So
Yeah,
if
like
that is the case, then give us more information about that area. I
Yeah.
think that's a good point. Alex.
Really was just echoing that, actually. I wanted to point out that the statute talks about these areas generally meeting the smart growth principles from chapter 139 and chapter 76A. And, one of those talks about a settlement pattern that at full build out is not, has certain characteristics. And so we just need to remember what you just said, that like there are going to be proposed future land use areas in relatively undeveloped, low density places that don't look like they're a center or a growth area, but they will be someday. That's the intent. And it's okay to map them as such, as long as they're within walking distance to the center that they're adjacent to, and that we have some assurance that they will meet complete streets, at that full build out stage, which could be, 20 years plus from now. So yeah, I agree. When we have concerns or questions, we ought to just ask the RPCs to give us those assurances about what it's intended to look like at full build out. I just don't want us to get caught up in the present and say, well, it doesn't look like that today. I can't really see it very well looking like that ever, so I'm not going to give you the designation. I don't think that's fair of us to do. I think we need to anticipate and listen to what they think the future holds.
Yeah. So I'd like to wrap this conversation up unless somebody has some burning desire to add more to it right now. And so I would also like to take a break before let's go into let's make a motion to go into executive session, but before we actually conduct our executive session, I would like to give everybody a 15-minute break.
Yeah, so I'll make the motion. That being that the board needs to discuss pending and probable Act 250 appeals and enforcement actions, and to have a confidential attorney-client communications, and that premature public knowledge of these matters would place the board at a substantial disadvantage, and therefore move that the board go into executive session.
Thank
A
you,
second.
Alex.
Oh, Sarah,
Thank you,
got it.
Kirsten.
All right, Kirsten
It's
has it.
okay. Kirsten spoke up. All right, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
That is 5. So we will enter executive session. We will take a 15-minute break, and then we will return back to this meeting before adjourning. Thank you.